Amazing, amazing music. Welcome to Tomb Raider Legend for my annual 2023 playthrough. Just going to be doing the story. Not going to be worried about collecting all collectibles and getting all secrets and stuff. So that makes this game a short one. So I'll be finishing this game in one stream, and then I'll be playing Underworld next, which is the follow-up to this one. And I also forgot to put the Rest in Peace Lara redemption active again. Hey there, Rochi. How's things going? Upon first playing Tomb Raider Legend, it was your least favourite Tomb Raider game. You had played Age of Darkness Anniversary 4. It remained at the bottom of your list all the way till 2013. You found new appreciation for it though, and you love to revisit it for some fun now and then. Yeah, that's totally fair. To not like games straight away. It's okay to not like a game and change your mind on it, and the other way around as well. Hey there, Shin. No, definitely not going to be playing Farmville. Alright, so I've added the Rest in Peace Lara, made it active. Something else I think I need to do is look at the volume. So my voice is probably getting drowned out. Or is it? How's my voice coming through? I always like to put sound effects low in games because I find that a lot of the times the sound effects, no matter what volume you put them in, they're whatever you call the word, they're done to always be slightly louder. Shin, you're going to play a game while you watch you play a game? That's fair enough. Yeah, no problem hearing you. Roach, the game's a bit loud. Could stand to go down 5 to 10 ticks. So it must be the music then. That's the louder sort of thing. How about that? It'll probably be different in cutscenes as well. Being an early 2000s game, I don't know if all these volume options extend to the cutscenes as well. Yeah, I found that even on the console versions of this and Anniversary, actually, that the music volume and the sound volume, you know, at its like normal is just way too loud as well. Which is a shame because I always like to have the music louder than the sound effects, but the dialogue louder than both. Alright, so I'm just keeping all this other stuff on. In the future I might try and get a better like version of this, mods and stuff, but I don't have time for that stuff. Alright, so I just had to test some things because the opening cinematic that does like the music and the intro was 4:3 ratio, and then the game itself was 16:9, and I was like, oh, are all the cutscenes going to be 4:3 ratio? But it turns out after I did a test and started the game that it's only the intro cutscene that's 4:3. The rest is actually, you know, 16:9 widescreen. So I'll go start new game.
Just because no one's ever caught one doesn't mean they're not real.
That is very true, but perhaps they don't wish to be found. I've heard they're rather fierce.
Yeti only look fierce. They probably don't like being so cold all the time. I shouldn't like it either.
You never have to be cold, my Lara, if you don't want to be.
Look!
Henry, what's happened?
Lady Croft,
Mayday,
please
mayday!
stay.
This is Bravo Tango 229er. We lost our port side engine. Trying to get cross feeds open.
Are we going to crash?
Starboard engine non-responsive.
Not unless it's absolutely necessary.
Stabilizer jam. Kicking rudder, losing altitude. We're going full nose down!
Close your eyes, darling.
I don't want to close my eyes.
You know, I think you forgot your climbing gear on purpose.
What would give you that idea? Really, Zip. It's like going up a set of stairs, only far less boring.
Yeah? Well, I want to throw up every time you look down. Hey, Alice is back. Grab a headset.
Back so soon? From Florence, wasn't it?
Decided on Genoa at the last minute. My dissertation will never see daylight at this rate, but never mind that. What are you doing in Bolivia?
Ascending. Alistair, meet Tuanak. She's a lovely pre-Incan civilization, currently in ruins.
Delighted.
I've been looking for certain artifacts. Well, for some time now. And an old friend working in La Paz has tipped me off about a rather promising rumor.
What sort of artifacts?
An ornate stone dais, among other things.
A big rock, and she won't say why.
Oh well. Where would the suspense be otherwise?
I love that whole intro bit and the music and the acrobatics and stuff like that. And then of course the classic way that you can have Lara climb and pull herself up over a ledge, doing that kind of like, you know, flip handstand thing, whatever you want to call it. Rochi, you wish they kept that cartwheel handstand in the final? Yeah, wonder what would have happened if they did.
That was lovely.
Hey, do me a favor and check your PDA.
It still works, if that's what you're wondering.
Cool. They said it was waterproof. You should be able to swim with it, no problem. Unless you eat it, then you'll have to wait an hour. Careful.
Deep breath, Zip. This will be a long trip otherwise.
I forgot you were such an optimist.
I really like how they changed Zip in this continuity. I guess some might still consider the Zip in Chronicles be the same one as this one, but I completely separate the two. In my mind, Zip in Chronicles is not the same as the Zip that's in Legend and Underworld.
That was too close.
here, but I don't see no climber. Yeah, well, I can't shoot on sight if I can't see nobody. Got worked up thinking I'd put someone down today. Now there's nothing. He owes me one. Hell yeah, I'll tell Rutland myself. You know it. Give him the radio. It's a snipe hunt anyhow. You saw the cliffs below the LZ. No way someone free climbed that. That's Sanchez. Nobody's out here with the idiot twins upstream. Don't put down anything.
Any idea who he is or who he works for?
I haven't the foggiest. He's deliberately unremarkable.
Is that good or bad?
It's deliberate, which isn't good.
Swear to God.
So what? It jumped out and started swinging?
Yeah, sort of danced around. Screaming and yelling, whatever.
Yeah? Well, I would have kicked the hell out of it.
Yeah, whatever, man. Came flying at me screaming monkey talk like that, and I just did the first thing that popped into my head. Just bam. Flicked it right between the eyes.
And it started smoking it?
That's what it wanted. Monkeys get hooked on them. Go crazy when they see you smoking. Funniest damn thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. I believe it when I see it.
Swear to God.
Spotted her!
Are these guys?
The question is, why go to this much trouble to guard some ruins?
Quite.
It's interesting, in the PC version for this game, it feels weird with the auto aim and how it changes targets. In the Xbox 360 version, it seems to be more fluid. Whereas in this, it seems like I lock onto an enemy and start shooting, but then halfway through it just stops aiming, or the camera shifts position on me. Plus, the pistols is like a button press, not a like hold down and then shoot, and then once you let go, she puts the pistols away. It's interesting the little differences that they do for different versions of the same game.
Isn't she beautiful? I'm falling in love all over again.
You say that to all the ruins.
I'm a terribly lucky girl. And here come the bloody tourists to spoil it.
Your cam doesn't pick up detail that small. What do you see?
Men with guns. Mercenaries by the look of them.
What are they doing there?
Getting into trouble.
Rochi, did you say there's no lock-on button to press and hold for this one? So, on the Xbox 360 version, if I wanted to have Lara pull her pistols out, I would hold down the button to pull them out, and then as soon as I let go of the button to hold them out, she would put them away automatically. Whereas in the PC version, you have to actually do it the toggle. Or if you press it and wait long enough, she'll put it away automatically. Well, I'm using a controller, not using the mouse and keyboard.
That sounded permanent.
Death by irony is always painful. Amateurs.
Rochi, too bad you already played the improved controls for Anniversary, lol. Well, the thing is, I've never played the PC versions before, and I've never had this issue with the Xbox 360 versions. So I think it's just a PC problem, or a PC difference.
Lara! Lara! Glad you're on your toes.
It's a useful survival skill.
What's all this stuff for?
Moving heavy materials deeper into the mountain, probably. Sometimes ancient builders had to tunnel around hard rock deposits.
Is that a jaguar?
Why predators attack prey larger than themselves is a mystery.
And a pity.
The lock-on is different in the PC version too. Like, it's very easy for it to lose lock on the target, simply because I'm moving the camera as I'm moving Lara around to be able to actually get a better angle while shooting, and then it automatically locks off. And there's nothing in the options, I imagine, that controls all that for the PC version. Combat mode, standard gamepad. Maybe this will help with something. Unless holding it down is causing the problem. Like, maybe what the game wants me to do in the PC version is aim at the enemy, and then when it locks on, oh no, here we go, now that's better. Now it feels like I'm actually playing the Xbox 360 version. So I had to go in and change the configuration to be for gamepad. I was just thrown off because it was registering my gamepad movements without needing to actually change that option. But to get it to specifically work the same way, I needed to actually put that option on. So this feels much better. Which is ironic, because in the old school Tomb Raider games, you don't have to hold down the button. You just press the button and Lara pulls the weapons out, and then she keeps them out until you shoot them, and then you want to put them away. But for some reason, when it comes to these games, I prefer to be able to just hold down the button and then let go. Indeed, Rochi, that was a rest in peace Lara. A free one.
Is that a skull of a monkey or a person? Spooky.
Now the question is, in this game on PC, when it comes to QTEs, did they make it like Anniversary, where it's just directional keys you need to press?
Ah, cunning.
Or is it like the console versions where you have to press the specific button that it tells you at the right time, as in like, you know, X, Y, B, or A?
Looks like you're going forward.
Yes, but how?
With patience and persistence.
Yeah, I learnt that when I was playing Anniversary, because as I've said before, I only ever played the console versions for years. And so I was so used to seeing a button prompt to say B, A, X, Y. And I just wasn't sure on it with Anniversary. But if it does the same for Legend, then it'll be no issue.
Someone picked an unfortunate place to hunt.
Man, this place is weird and complicated.
It probably wasn't so back when it was fully furnished. We're looking at the stripped-down version of what's left 1,000 years later.
Thanks for redeeming the rest in peace Lara. So we'll get it in this part with the QTE. So I'm going to fail this on purpose. to redeem that.
Oh, damn! Move! Move!
Thanks for redeeming that, Rochi.
Oh, damn! Move! Move! You in one piece?
And still breathing, yes.
It's the center of the evil Kodrak Empire.
None of this appears in any of the literature, but I'd say they're ceremonial in nature.
If that's the case, it's not a ceremony I'm keen on witnessing.
Hello there, Ronnie. How's things been going, dude?
Lara, have you found anything for the fire? Lara, what are you... Oh, no, get back! Good Lord. What is it?
There's something in the light.
Stay here. What? Who are you? What? What about my daughter? You stay away from her. She meant no harm.
What's happening, Mother? Who's there? Mother? Mother!
Hold your fire! Lara Croft! I've been hoping I'd get to meet you. At ease. We're just gonna talk.
I'm listening.
Maybe you found a piece of this. Is this what led you here?
Where did you find that?
It doesn't matter. What's important is what it does. Do you know?
What I know is my business.
So you don't then, and that means you don't have a piece. Amanda said you were sloppy. You should have paid more attention in Paraíso.
Amanda? Amanda's dead. What the hell do you know about Paraíso?
We're done talking.
I pressed the jump button at the right time, game. Don't you fucking lie to me. Acting like I didn't press the button. It worked the other few times I pressed the jump button to jump the gaps. Oh, so now you recognize that game. I see how it is. You have selective recognition for my button presses.
There is more than one. Father, you were right.
What was that?
Keep yourselves caffeinated, lads. We've some work ahead of us.
Means we're still alive. Can't complain about that.
Ronnie, things are going well. It's nearly bedtime for you. Ooh-wee, that lady got torched. Skip cinematic is such a great option. You're looking at you, Watch Dogs. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of games that would be benefited from having it. Because even someone like myself who loves watching cutscenes, I don't love watching the same cutscene over and over again if I've already seen it in the playthrough and I've died, and the game forces you to watch it again before you can get back into it. That's a different story. But I'm glad to hear that things are going well, Ronnie. That's awesome, dude. Understandable too that it's almost bedtime for you. Thanks for redeeming the Red Dead Redemption 2 quote. Rochi, what a great cutscene, especially on repeat playthrough. Yeah. Alright, so I've got Red Dead 2 Redemption, Red Dead 2 Redemption, Red Dead Redemption 2 quote. You're a wanted man, Mr. Morgan. $5,000 for your head alone. $5,000 for me? Can I turn myself in? That's between Agent Milton and Arthur. Yeah, the fight with Iraq. Unfortunately, the thing about that is it's not a straight up cutscene. It's more like gameplay, so you have to wait for his dialogue during gameplay to actually finish. Rochi, I reckon you'll finish Legend all tonight, depending on how much you remember. Maybe consider it a challenge. Well, the last time I played it was last year, so I don't think my memory's that bad on the game. Ronnie, you want some mangoes? Or mangoes in Tahiti. You definitely got to go and do that. But yeah, we'll definitely be finishing the game today in one stream.
All right, who was that?
You've heard of the Rutlands, right? From the States? Well, you just met the senator's youngest son, James Rutland. Went to West Point, and that's about all he's done.
Call up the footage, please.
Welcome home, Lady Croft. Will your hand luggage require emptying or filling?
Winston, take a look at this. It's almost identical, just configured differently.
Identical to what?
Something I saw a long time ago in Nepal, miles from any pre-Incan culture.
And you believe this to be a fragment of the sword?
What sword?
More likely another of its kind. Zip, I want you to find out what you can about this Rutland, particularly where he is at the moment.
Try Peru. You talked about Paraíso.
He did imply there's information about the artifacts there.
He said you've been to Paraíso. What happened there? And who's Amanda?
Alistair, go over these images and see what you can work out. Zip, ring Anaya and see if she can meet me in Paraíso Saturday morning. They don't seem quite so keen on visitors these days.
But hey, you're the one with the guns.
You can't blame me for knowing how to accessorize. Any word from Anaya?
She said she'd meet you at the statue in the marketplace.
At least we'll have our privacy.
Hello, Lara. You realize that the streets were not deserted a moment ago.
And I've been trying so hard to blend in. I hope I'm the one that frightens them and not something else.
There's nothing here. Just a heap of pottery shards, littered with the bodies of old friends. If I knew this was where it would lead, I would never have told you about Bolivia.
Yet here you are.
La Paz is not so far away.
Neither is the past.
Lara, go! I'll catch up!
Zip, get an eye on her cell. Tell her I'll find her when I've sorted out this mess.
You got it.
Greaser!
Got her down!
It's so funny thinking about games that came out in a certain year and remembering that there were certain other games and franchises that didn't even exist yet, but they've become so ingrained in your memories from the past years later that you think to yourself, imagine going back to that time and not knowing about something that was going to come out in the future that would become so popular for yourself, and having that experience of re-experiencing it for the first time all over again. Like this year, the year that this game came out, I remember I was looking forward to getting the Xbox 360, games like Gears of War and Dead Rising, which came out the same year as this Tomb Raider game, and also the Nintendo Wii, and it was a year before Assassin's Creed 1 came out, but I didn't play that till 2008, so it had been around for about a year before I first played it. And then the same year that came out, Tomb Raider Anniversary came out. And then I think about how games changed so quickly between 2006 and 2009 to 10, and the evolution and all that kind of stuff.
I see her! Oh, check it out. Target in range. Close enough. Shoot her!
Anaya called on her cell. She's got mercenaries after her.
Tell her I'm on my way.
Right. Yeah, baby, do that again! Yeah, Lara, bomb your way through. There's the first one. Yeah, get some air. Woo-hoo! Fireworks in Peru! I love it! There's the first one.
Which line was it specifically, Rochi? Hey, Iosif. For Zip in Chronicles, he has this thing where he tries to sound cool, but he just annoys Lara, and therefore he annoys me. But Zip in this might say one-liners and some cheesy stuff, but for me it's all part of the fun of his character. No, just this level and... Just this level and another one later, Yusuf.
Changed much. What are a few years after all, when stacked atop thousands more?
There's something I didn't tell you before. I think Amanda might not have died down there.
Is that what this is about? Closure?
Isn't that what it's all about? Why we dig up the past? To understand it?
I am an engineer, Lara. I build for the future. I don't dwell in the past.
You will someday. Eventually, everyone does.
Lara! Get down here, you slacker! Jason says we're about to break through.
In a minute, Amanda. We have some structural concerns.
Would you just get down here?
Let's talk for a minute about Amanda, right? So Amanda is standing there while Lara is checking the stability of the rope, and she calls Lara a slacker. It's like, well, how about you get off your ass and do what Lara's doing? then Amanda's like, hurry up, get down here. And yeah, Lara, stops trying to secure it, and then it falls. But then Amanda's like, I hope you have brought flares. It's like, you're part of the expedition too, aren't you? How come you didn't bring any flares? Bro, Chief, for you, it's every time you jump or shoot an explosive or kill an enemy over the top and a little bit out of character. Not to mention, you kind of think that Chronicle Zip was a bit of a racial stereotype. Yeah, I guess that might be also one of the reasons why I don't really like Zip in Chronicles, because of that fact too, treating him like, just a stereotype and that. But I don't feel the same way about the Zip in this, and for me, when he says things when you shoot, and he's just expressing excitement. He's getting as much of a thrill out of watching Lara do these things that she is getting out of actually doing them herself. So he's vicariously experiencing all these, really cool sort of, moments and all that kind of stuff. Iosif, I thought you repeat that all. I don't know what you mean, Iosif. About the bike and all that kind of stuff. This is the first level that has the bike, and then there's a level later that has it. And the only reason I repeated that part is because I died and had to reload a checkpoint. Hey Harbinger, welcome on in. Early stream, you see? Kinda, maybe. I don't know. I don't really consider my streams early anymore. Early would be like 10 o'clock in the morning or something. Thank you for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. I appreciate it. Okay, so I've got a scene from a Schwarzenegger movie to do the lines of his with my impression. What gods do you pray to? I pray to the four winds. And you? To Crom. But I seldom pray to him. He doesn't listen. What good is he then? Ah, it's just as I've always said. He is strong. If I die, I have to go before him, and he will ask me, what is the riddle of steel? If I don't know it, he will cast me out of Valhalla and laugh at me. That's Crom. Strong on his mountain. Ah, my God is better, is greater. Ha! Crom laughs at your four winds. He laughs from his mountain. My God is stronger. He is the everlasting sky. Your God lives underneath him. That's from the original Conan the Barbarian. Rochi, definitely not. The Zip in this game is far more rounded and definitely a redeemed take on the character. Absolutely. Yeah, that's why I like Zip in this and Underworld much better. Harbinger Lara dies in 2 minutes and 31 seconds. Not sure. Hey there, Rosie. Welcome on in. How does he know? He knows because that's the cooldown left on redeeming the Lara dies on accidentally, where I kill Lara accidentally.
The planks over the sinkhole broke, so you're gonna have to swing across. You're lagging.
You're such a tourist.
Amanda's like, you're lagging. Says the person that was complaining about Lara being a slacker through the act of trying to secure the rope. It's like, sure. Rosie, this looks like a safe area. It might be. You never know. Thanks, Harbinger, for redeeming that. Alright, so there's no way to die in there. Alright. Although I'm stuck in there. Oh no, I'm not. Here we go. Alright. Did not want to do that. Lara keeps grabbing onto that. No. Alright, I'm gonna have to do it when we get to another spot. Roger, this looks like a safe area, but I need to find a way to Kavier's apartment. Yeah. Tomb Raider, Angel of Darkness.
What's happening? Amanda! Amanda! Can you hear me? Amanda!
Oh, Sarah. God. What's happened? My God.
Lara! Over here!
Kent? What's going on?
It killed Oscar.
What did?
I don't know. I didn't see. This gate won't budge. Get me out.
It's all right. What?
There's a hole above me. You've got to get me out. Hurry, we've got to get out of here. It's coming. Damn it, Lara.
I'm almost there!
Hey, I think I see a light.
Stay there, Kent. I'm coming down.
Amanda? Amanda! It's her!
Wait! Kent!
There we go, Harbinger. Thanks for redeeming the Lara. Rest in peace.
Amanda? Amanda! It's her!
Wait! Kent!
Rosie, way too many characters. Wait, too many characters. Eve, Amanda, Sarah, all within 15 seconds. That's true. And it's interesting that they have that because when you look at the 2013 game, you have a similar thing happening where Lara's on an expedition with characters and they end up in a situation where, a few of them die over the course of it. It's just that, of course, in that game, it's a full game's worth, whereas in this, it's like a flashback. I have Iosif, yeah. The only Tomb Raider games I haven't played are some of the mobile game ones. But apart from that, I've played all the main ones. I've played the 2 Lara Croft and the games, and I've played the Tomb Raider 1. Well, I've played the 2 Tomb Raider games on Game Boy Color and then the one on Game Boy Advance called The Prophecy. Whereas this feels like a dream sequence. Yeah, definitely has that kind of feel with the visuals, and things have like a dreamlike feel to them.
Lara! Jason's dead. Everybody's dead.
There's something. I don't know what it was. I only saw him.
No!
Amanda!
I think the stone unlocks the door.
I don't like it. Are you sure you're reading it properly?
That thing is coming. You have a better idea?
The door might be trapped.
We're trapped. Ah! Oh, God!
Amanda, run!
To be perfectly honest, I think this is a terrible idea. Everyone agreed to leave things as they were.
I will as much as I can. But from what Rutland said, I'm sure there's a clue down there about what killed my mother. I have to go back.
There's no use trying to enter at this same point. It's caved in.
The river had to get in there somehow.
I'll leave you to figure out the how. I can't go down there. I'm sorry.
It's fine, really. If there's any trouble, call Zip and he'll patch you through. Don't take any chances. I'm not losing any more of my friends.
So, how you getting in?
The same way as the water, I hope. If you get a call from Anaya, patch her through straight away. I'm a little concerned about leaving her by herself.
I'll keep her company.
Rosie, yeah, that's what you get for that tacky shirt. So if we look at the chronology of events, so at the start of this game we see Lara as a child with her mother on the plane and it crashes in the Himalayas. And then the next part of her life depicted between the games of Anniversary and this is that flashback that we just saw. Well, I mean, you see Lara and her mother in the room where the pedestal is, I mean, of course. And then then chronologically it's the flashback we just did then. Then it's the events of Tomb Raider Anniversary. and then it's the events of this game, and then Underworld. So if you were to put this all together into chronological order, you would take the intro sequence to this game and then tie the scene where we see Lara and her mother in the cave thing and tie that together, and then you would show that flashback that we just saw, and then you would show all the events from Tomb Raider Anniversary, and then you would show the present time events in Tomb Raider Legend, and then all the stuff in Underworld. Rochi, spoiler for Underworld. Rochi, spoiler for Underworld. How long do you reckon Amelia survived in Helheim, lol? That's a good question. Like, I mean, I don't think she died instantly, but I think it probably wouldn't have taken too long. Game? What the hell? Lara was above water. Why did it do that for? That's weird.
It was Amanda's.
High tops don't fall off your feet that easy.
It's been unlaced. I never imagined she could have survived.
There was a lot of water. She still might not have.
Rosie, you don't know about this top Underworld outfits were better. I don't really have any input on that kind of stuff, to be honest. I'm not really a fashion person.
It tells the story of the last queen of Tiwanaku. Her father was king, but she was lost and raised by a warrior. She became queen after a shaman named Tunupa discovered her royal heritage.
Tunupa is another name for Viracocha, their god of creation.
The shaman brought her to Lake Titicaca, where she borrowed his staff, an object of great power.
According to myth, Viracocha originally lived in the lake.
The god of indoor plumbing.
She led her people into an era of peace. After many years of wise and just rule, there was some sort of power struggle. She died shortly thereafter, and she was carried off in a boat to paradise.
Remind you of something?
The King Arthur myth, yes. The similarities are striking.
King Arthur? A little help here?
It's the same story. A youth, unaware of his royal blood, rises from obscurity to become a wise king with the help of a friendly wizard and his magical staff or sword, and afterwards he's transported to paradise.
Many cultures share similar legends. The Great Flood, for example. Everyone's got that one too.
Now, it's interesting when you think about that kind of stuff, because there's definitely a case to be made for storytelling in general. Now, whether you believe in a myth or a legend or not, you can break it down into a storytelling experience, you know. So it's not so much important about whether or not these things actually existed, and it's not really important that they are completely unoriginal. The thing about these kinds of things, and we see it in fiction and genres a lot, but it seems to get forgotten sometimes by critics, is that when you have stories that have similar things in them, it does not by default make the thing that comes after just a copy with nothing of value in and of itself or anything like that, you know. So these myths that have the same kind of story, that is really just the structure or the kind of like genre that they're telling. So, you know, the idea of a great flood happening, for example, all the myths that talk about that, within that there would be differences in how they tell the story, different names and, you know, different sort of contexts and all that kind of stuff. And so the art of storytelling has never ever always been about coming up with something completely original from scratch that has no element whatsoever of anything else that has come ever before. Because through the process of creation, when we're creating something, there's always something that exists before that we're deconstructing and we're reconstructing with other elements to create something new. It's just that there's a lot of things throughout history that have a strong feeling of complete originality because they were so impactful and they became so well known. But what gets forgotten is that they themselves incorporated things from other things that came before as well. So if you look at Lara Croft, for example, as a character, she is a character in a genre that is about people going into dangerous areas and locations looking for artifacts, ancient tombs and ruins and other structures that have gone unnoticed, or they have just not been, you know, discovered at all, and all that kind of stuff. And when you take that alone and you compare that to something like Indiana Jones, and he's also a character that goes into these locations and searches for these artifacts, going to these places, they are the two things that are similar. Yet Lara Croft and Indiana Jones and their respective franchises are so different that to say that Lara Croft is simply a copy of Indiana Jones is a statement made by people who either genuinely just don't realize that there are differences with Lara, which is okay, but then there's people who willfully spread misinformation about that kind of stuff simply because they don't like it. You know, and whether or not you like Indiana Jones or whether or not you like Lara Croft, the simple fact of the matter is they are both characters that exist in a certain genre of storytelling, but they are so very different to each other. And that's the key thing that should be looked at to decide whether or not something is really good or original. You know what I mean? Like, you can take anything and just take the similarities and call it a day and say there's nothing different about them. But there is. And it's okay to do that, because a lot of stuff that we think is original wasn't. You look at video games. Prince of Persia came out in 1989. It was a game about someone running and jumping. Was that new? No. There had been games about running and jumping, but what was different about Prince of Persia was there was a story that was crafted. There was kind of like a little bit of a cinematic kind of approach to it, and there was also a character dealing with traps and enemies, and there was music and the setting, the time period and all that kind of stuff, which played in. Does that mean that it's completely original? No. Why? Because Jordan Mechner, who created Prince of Persia, was even inspired by things that had come before. And one of those things, of course, was the Tale of a Thousand Nights, the Arabian Tales, but also Indiana Jones. So those elements came together, plus a lot of other stuff for him to create Prince of Persia. And then in video game terms, the franchises that came out later, like Tomb Raider, as well as Assassin's Creed and and Uncharted, they all are part of the same wheelhouse of genre, but they're all distinctly separately different from each other, and you can't say that they're complete copies of the thing that came before. Are there things that are a complete copy of things that came before? Yes. You get so many stories that people try to tell, whether it's a movie or a series or a book, that tries to capture the same success of something that came out before. And their thinking is, if we throw the same elements into our story, it will automatically elevate our story to the same levels. But they don't understand the actual reasonings why the other thing was so successful. Whereas what they're trying to do, even though they're trying to put the same elements in, isn't as successful. And I think that Tomb Raider proved itself, obviously, to be a franchise in its own right, to be separate from Prince of Persia and to stand on its own 2 feet and be very different despite the similarities between the two. And it's the same with Assassin's Creed and Tomb Raider and even Prince of Persia, because in Prince of Persia, in the older games, you didn't scale anything. You simply jumped up and then grabbed and then pulled yourself up. Or you ran across something and you ran and then jumped across something and then grabbed something and then pulled yourself up. Tomb Raider was a similar thing, except there were parts where there were like ladders and certain specific things in the environment that you could actually climb up like you were scaling it, right? But Assassin's Creed took that an extra step further and said, what if we increase the amount of structures that the character can actually scale? So it's not anymore about, oh, you can only scale a rock face, or you can only scale a vine wall. You can actually scale buildings if there's grab holds that you can actually climb up. And so it revolutionized what platforming action-adventure games like Tomb Raider and Prince of Persia and Uncharted and all that kind of stuff, even though they both came out at the same time, Uncharted and Assassin's Creed. But it sort of created a difference, and that was one of the reasons why Assassin's Creed was so successful. And it was different too because it mixed science fiction and technology with historical sections, which is something that Prince of Persia doesn't do. Prince of Persia has magic in it, but it doesn't have any technology insofar as what we think of technology. It does have technology in the sense of, you got pulley systems and you got like pressure pad that you step on and it makes the door open. Technology in that sense, yes, but you don't have someone experiencing memories of someone who was a prince in the time when Iran was called Persia. That's not in Prince of Persia. It's all set in the past. There's no futuristic thing about it whatsoever. Whereas Assassin's Creed has some of that aspect about being in the past, but it also has the sci-fi aspect that is put into it as well. And that created something that was different, So all these franchises have very, similar things with them, but they also do things that set them apart. So I think it's disingenuous to just lump them all under the same category and say they're all just copies of each other. They do copy some elements, but not all elements. They do have their own and all that kind of stuff. And so when you look at storytelling and you look at stories, you look at things that were successful and you think to yourself, okay, this wasn't done before, the mixing of two things. And that's what it's really doing. It's like if someone looks at a recipe for something that they're making, and the recipe doesn't say that you can't put anything extra in that you yourself feel like putting in. You have the recipe, and okay, you want to follow it to the letter, right? But maybe you want to add some banana flavor in, even though it doesn't mention banana flavor. You know, you're taking what is standardized and you're adding new things, and you might come up with a taste that you've never tasted before. Doesn't mean that it's completely original, no. But you've just combined elements together to create something that is different. And it's the same with video games and movies and all that kind of stuff. Now, to cap this all off, I'm not saying that just because something doesn't copy everything and it also does its own stuff, I'm not saying that you have to automatically change your mind about not liking the thing. I'm just saying that on the basis of the elements that things use, it's a bit unfair to just basically generalize with games and just say they're all just the same when they're actually not. It's just surface level stuff that might be the same. And it's very easy to just get blinded by the surface level stuff and forget that if you actually look deeper, you see more differences that actually create things that are very, unique and different and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it doesn't mean that I'm expecting people to go and change their mind. It's like if someone tells you, no, it's a really good movie because there's these themes that are in it. Now, the person who didn't know that might go, oh, I might give it another chance then. But that doesn't mean that they're going to change their mind about liking it or not liking it just because they were given some new information they didn't know about before. They may still just genuinely not like the thing, so that's okay too. But yeah, the whole thing about myths and legends and having similarities is what made me think of that whole topic and go off on a tangent on that. Rosie, I know you don't. You love a sexy outfit, but you think it should go deeper than just cutting a top in half. Lara's just in the same profession. They are polar opposites. She's posh, yeah, he's scruffy. Yeah, and that's where you get major differences too in characters and their traits and their personality and, their sort of like passions and also time period, because Indiana Jones, of course, is set in the past, whereas Lara, obviously from our point of view now, the games that she's in take place in the past. But for her as a character, in the time that she's experiencing these things, it's present time, whereas the things that she's, that we see Indiana Jones tackle, he's tackling things in a certain time. But even then, there's things that are in even then, it's his present time, and he's investigating things that from his perspective is way in the past, and all that kind of stuff. I'd say that Nathan Drake is probably closer to Indiana Jones, but again, he's also his own character too, and the Uncharted games have their own style and their own approach to things and storytelling and all that kind of stuff as well.
Why, thank you.
Wow, this place is amazing. Might be a good place to use the rad mode of your binoculars.
You could be right.
Oh, I like that one.
It was nice, but it was in the way. Queen's shaman. A dais with a sword set into it, or in this case, Viracocha's staff. This is it.
Do you believe it's the same one we saw in Tiwanaku?
There's more than just one dais, but possibly.
So the shaman would be Merlin, and the staff would be whatever the hell King Arthur's sword was called.
It's called coincidence.
Funny name for a sword.
It was Rosie, yeah. QTE.
Wow! That must have impressed the villagers back then.
I know it impresses me.
I must say, I'm impressed, Lara. This is magnificent.
It's quite the display, isn't it?
Rosie, Lara wears her empathy on her sleeve, particularly in the modern games. Yeah, I think it's just an evolution as well of storytelling in video games and how to have a character portrayed, in video games as well. And the thing about classic Lara is that there's a lot of aspects to her character that are similar to how characters in the Terminator series and the Alien series end up being like in their second movie. For example, in the Terminator, Sarah Connor is a waitress and she's a happy-go-lucky woman who just wants to have fun with her friends. She's not entirely like happy with her job, but she does it, and she wants to have fun and all that. And she gets thrown into this situation where she's being hunted by a machine from the future who wants to kill her. And through the process of the story, she becomes a character that pushes through the danger and pushes through the pain that she's feeling and overcomes the Terminator. And then when we see her in Terminator 2, she is very, strong-willed and strong-minded, but she's also physically become stronger as well. But the more important aspect is how strong her mind became. Now, Lara Croft in the classic games is depicted as a character who is already at that point, where they're a very strong character emotionally and all that kind of stuff, but they're also strong physically as well. And as they started to try to add more characteristics to the character of Lara, you see it in Tomb Raider Anniversary and also in Tomb Raider Legend, where they try to change the way that Lara Croft as a character sort of moves her way through the story and the kinds of things that she says and how she says it and all that kind of stuff. And they do add a bit more emotions into it and all that kind of stuff. And you have a character who hasn't killed before, whereas in the classic game she already had. But the thing about that is, I'm sure that even classic Lara at some point early in her life, after she killed a human being for the first time, I can't imagine she was just like, oh well, move on. I'm sure it would have affected her on some level. It's just that in the older games we never see that happen, because the character is already, you know, well established as being one way, you know, and they don't go into flashbacks to show her killing for the first time or anything like that. In fact, in the old school series, the first time they even do a flashback to Lara from a time in her life before present time was Tomb Raider Last Revelation, that flashes back to 1984 when she was a teenager and what happens at the start of that game and all that kind of stuff. But we don't see her first kill. We don't see her have to experience the origin story that she actually went through in her backstory, but never got explored in depth in the old school games. And that's okay, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. But what happens though is when they start to do other things to the character in the other games, and they try to tell an origin story with the 2013 game, and they try to have a Lara who's more vulnerable and give her some vulnerability in ways that fans who don't like the newer games, you know, I'm not saying that that's the only thing that they dislike about the newer games, but the fact that they do show those aspects to a character that they're so used to seeing already established as a very strong-willed and, you know, also kind of things as well. But there is a part of Lara that is very stone-faced as well. You know, she doesn't really show too much emotion. But there are even moments in the classic games where there are kind of you know, certain moments where you could see, not everything goes perfectly for Lara, even in the old school games as well. You know, so it's not that they never showed Lara having any flaws at all in the old school games. It's just that they were very subtle, or they weren't that noticeable because a big deal wasn't made out of them or anything like that, you know. Rosie, Sarah Connor is also allowed flaws. She can be cold, too driven, not very good with people after the first one. That's true. You know, there's also side effects to that, where it's not being able to trust many people as well, you know, and whether or not that is a negative thing is up to each individual to decide, because definitely there's people who, you know, are quite happy not trusting everyone because that's how they operate. You know, and they'd rather have that. But some might see that as a weakness or something that shouldn't be how things are.
Look at her. She's beautiful. We were so close before. So close.
Wonderful, Lara.
Do you notice anything familiar about her sword?
That's what Rutland was holding.
Except this is just a ceremonial copy. And what do we have here? The tip has broken off. My God. I had no idea it looked like this. I've seen this before, at Waseda University in Japan. But I didn't know it had anything to do with these artifacts.
Hell, I'll get a hold of him right now.
It's not there anymore. It was stolen by Shogo Takamoto.
Takamoto? Yakuza has nothing to mess with Lara.
I don't care, Zip. I want that piece. Arrange a meeting.
Okay, but... Hang on. I got Anaya calling on her cell. I'm patching her through.
Lara! Lara, can you hear me? Those bastards from town are here, and they're coming down after you.
Well, this is a tomb. I'll make them feel at home.
Sorry, I wasn't keeping track of Anaya. I got distracted. But she seems safe for now.
It's all right. Just let me know if our mercenary friends get any closer to her.
Got it.
How will you make it back with the floor missing?
I suppose I'll have to take the high road back.
haven't seen anything. You?
She fell down there? Maybe we got lucky.
I haven't had any luck today.
How's the knee?
How's my ass?
I wasn't the one who tripped.
And I wasn't the one who couldn't hold on to the damn rope.
It was wet. I don't know how the hell she got down here without a rope over all those slippery rocks and...
From either of them. I see her!
I've seen a panther, I think. It's hard to tell.
Jaguar. They don't have panthers down here.
Jaguar, then. Whatever. Well, I saw a damn spider big as your hand, too.
Tarantula. You grew up in a carport box or something?
Excuse me, we're not going
up there?
Movement!
I see her!
Hello, little pumpkin. Welcome on in. It's going good. Things are going well. How about yourself? And Lara's going great too. I'm actually playing the PC versions now of Anniversary, Legend, and Underworld because all the Xbox games across all the different console generations, when I stream them, they have a stuttering audio issue on stream, so I've had to stop playing and streaming the Xbox versions of these for my annual playthroughs, so I played through Anniversary recently and finished that. But worked out well the timing because they came on sale for under $2 each in Australian dollars.
Zip, have you still got an eye on the other line?
Yeah.
Tell her to get under the jeep. Someone's coming.
I hope you found what you were looking for, because I am never coming here again.
I was right. This is all she left behind.
She got out and didn't tell us? Why has she been hiding all these years?
Maybe not hiding, exactly. Just not keeping in touch with old friends. Perhaps she found or learned something down there that she wanted to keep to herself. Zip, did you speak to Takamoto?
Eventually. He didn't want to see you, so I reminded him how much you hate the word no.
I'm a horrible conversationalist. I trust he wants to get together on neutral ground.
You'll love this. He wants to meet at Toru Nishimura's offices across the street from his penthouse.
Nishimura? Takamoto doesn't know we're friends.
Nope. All he knows is Nishimura's hosting a corporate party tomorrow night, and you'll meet him there.
Better and better. All right then, I'm heading there straight away. I'll need to find something to wear though.
Yeah. Especially because there's so many Xbox games that I have that I streamed for years, you know. There were some that had that other audio issue, but this audio issue that I'm talking about now affected every single Xbox game, whether it was the original Xbox games I was streaming before, like the first 3 Splinter Cell games, to any Xbox 360 game that I would stream, like the Tomb Raider ones or Assassin's Creed 1 if I was playing the Xbox version, to Xbox One games that I would stream a lot, to Xbox Series S and X games. So pretty much every single Xbox game that is backwards compatible for the Xbox, whenever I stream them, there's a audio stuttering issue that happens with every single one. And so it's like, well, the games that I used to stream on Xbox that I can't get on PC anymore, like Deus Ex Human Revolution, although maybe I can get a CD key or something for that game to be able to play it. But you can buy the Director's Cut version, but I don't like the Director's Cut version, but I might have to bite the bullet and just buy it. Because the Director's Cut version, the only thing I don't like about it is that it forces you to do the DLC episodes, which make the playthrough even longer. It's not that I don't like the DLC, it's just that every time I play the game I don't want to have to do the DLC as well. So I have to compromise on that and just put up with it for that particular game. So yeah, it's either get games that I had on the Xbox for PC, the ones that I can actually run, or get the PlayStation 5 version of them. Which I'm happy to do for, you know, the sake of streaming, of course, but I can still play the Xbox games. It's just that when I'm streaming them, those audio issues happen. It doesn't happen for me when I'm streaming it, as in, like, it doesn't come through my headphones. I can hear the game fine, there's no stuttering, but people watching the stream can hear the stuttering of the audio. And I don't know if Xbox has solved it, but that was like probably 4 months ago now, I think, when I had to stop streaming from the Xbox. But I don't know if they've fixed it or not, but I'd have to test it by doing a stream to find out, and I just couldn't be fucked. I'll still be able to, I still want to keep the Xbox though, because there might be a game on the Xbox that I just want to play that's not on the PlayStation. You know, I might not be able to stream it, but I might just feel like playing it off stream, and it's on the Xbox only. But yeah, as for the difference between the PC and Xbox versions, when I played Anniversary, I didn't realize that when the QTEs came up, that they didn't have different keys to represent different actions that they wanted you to do in the QTE sequences. I didn't realize that they just had arrow keys. Because on the Xbox version, if you have to press a button to duck under something or dive under something, the button prompt would appear to be B, which is the button you press to do rolls. If they wanted you to jump in the QTE, then it would come up with the A button on screen. So that took a bit to get used to, but it's actually better that way, to just have to use the directional keys, because it means you don't have to worry about thinking or trying to remember sometimes which button like is what. You just go, oh yeah, up, up, down, down, you know, things like that. That's cheap. You got Underworld for 0.99 euros. Now that is very cheap to get it for that price. Like, holy shit. You're okay. You're a bit tired though. Well, hopefully you can get some good rest, Little Pumpkin, and don't feel as tired tomorrow. I'm doing well. Things are going good. I finished Tomb Raider Anniversary last week, and I'm going to finish Legend today and start Underworld today, and finish off Underworld tomorrow, and then I'll be able to jump into the 2013 game then. Finished off Prince of Persia Sands of Time to celebrate its 20th, so that's all done. So next Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday I've got to think of what game I want to put in place. you started going through Hellblade again to give the game proper attention to take screenshots again. It's great fun, found some scenery you haven't before, and it was around 6th anniversary. That is so cool. It's always good when you're able to discover new things as well. I just absolutely love it, you know, because it just adds some extra aspects to the experience. But that's cool too that you're taking some screenshots and things like that. I don't blame you, like I would have to buy the game again to be able to stream it. But if I wanted to play it offline, I can just load up my Xbox version. But if I want to stream it, I have to get the PlayStation version. I guess better to have a choice to play DLC or not. It really is, and the other thing about the DLC is that it takes away certain augmentations, which are really just, you know, abilities, to put it in a more general video game term. You lose certain abilities that you had all the way up to that point. If you play the DLC on its own, it's understandable that that would happen because you're just playing it on its own. But when you're playing the Director's Cut version of the game where they integrated it in automatically, it still takes shit away from you that you had built up. And then it takes a while to get through the DLC. I reckon it probably adds another 3 to 4 hours worth of gameplay on top of what was there in the original version.
What exactly happened last time you and Takamoto got together?
He was trying to pass off forged relics from the Asuka period, and conventional reason doesn't work with Yakuza.
But you let him go.
And now we're going to have a useful conversation. It's turned out quite nicely.
Lara, got a call from Nishimura. He's in his office, so he won't be mingling. The bartender will hook you up with him, though.
Ever predictable. Good evening. I believe Nishimura-san is expecting me.
Ah, Lady Croft. He is in his office down the hall behind you. I will let him know you're coming.
Thank you.
Welcome, Lara. You have been enjoying my little party?
Totemo tanoshindeamasu, Nishimura-san. When Takamoto arrives, however, it may cause you some inconvenience.
Take care. He is a very dangerous man when his interests differ from yours.
You'd be amazed how persuasive I can be, even with dangerous men.
I am convinced. I am dangerous too, you remember. But please, enjoy the party while you can, and good luck.
Little Pumpkin, but also taking screenshots for a while now, you have improved your skills with it. It's a bit different than normal photography. You're able to take some pretty cool screenshots of Hellblade now. That is so cool too, as well. And that's the thing I imagine as well, is you would have a more keen eye the more that you do it, to be able to spot things and go, hey, that would be a good shot that you might not have actually, you know, early on realized. Nice, so you'll see Tomb Raider Underworld 2. Woohoo! Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's the good thing about doing an annual playthrough series, is when I get to these games, it doesn't take me long to get through them, which really helps, especially when I want to get the games done by a certain point in time. Tomb Raider Legend is such a great game, so unfortunate it's short. Very persuasive, shoot 'em. Exactly, that's the way to do it. But yeah, I really enjoy it too, Little Pumpkin. I first played the PlayStation 2 version, but I didn't finish it, but I was like, I'm definitely going to get it for the Xbox 360, you know, because that was the thing, right? Back in 2006, when they were just going over to Xbox 360, PS3, and the Nintendo Wii, it was kind of like, what games do I get on the PlayStation 2, and what games do I just wait until I get the actual next generation console to actually get? Oh yes, playing the game more does help you be more observant of the environment and not so much on the story mechanics and similar. Oh yeah, you know, especially if you're just focused on that, it will definitely make it easier to pick up stuff like that.
Be brief, Miss Croft. I have many demands on my time, you understand?
Of course, Takamoto-san. I am looking for a piece, a sword fragment, in the care of Waseda University, or it was until you stole it.
I am not a thief. And you would be wise to avoid such accusations.
Then I suggest we skip to the negotiations.
I don't have any idea what you are talking about.
Of course you do. Just name a price.
Miss Croft, are you deaf?
I don't know. Let's see. Try begging for your life like you did the last time we spoke.
Where'd you get those?
Basic etiquette. Never arrive at a party empty-handed.
Takamoto has no doubt returned to his penthouse. Do not follow him, Lara. His men will be waiting.
His lobby's a death trap. I know you're into those, but it's not really a winning option.
If I can't go down, I'll go up. How do I get to the roof?
The roof? There is an elevator. Be cautious. There is construction above.
I don't know about this, Lara.
That's why we have to view the problem from a different angle. Namely, the roof. Nishimura gave me the pass to the lift, and I'm on my way.
That's okay, little pumpkin. It's definitely understandable when that happens with Wi-Fi and, you know, things like that. Welcome back.
That building across the street, that's Takamoto's.
He's likely to be on the top floor. This is going to require some creativity.
Nishimura's gonna bill you for that.
It's not a party until something gets broken. Listen to that. Not to 60 in under 3 seconds.
Be careful out there. There's more road far below than there is up top.
Oh yeah, I love that line. This is crazy people stuff.
Alright, this is crazy people stuff.
Not on that bike, I won't.
Oh yeah, I like it too as well. You know, like I can understand some fans not liking Lara having characters that constantly talk to her and vice versa. And I get that, you know, like especially if you wanted the series to continue the same way. It's one of those things where, I mean, maybe I'm just easier to please or whatnot, but I don't mind there being a difference like that, because I still enjoy the other games and these ones too, and also the reboot ones as well. But yeah, having characters like Zip and Alistair, it can go either way, you know. And it's not like Lara never had someone that she talked to in the games. It's not like she just went to a location and didn't have any other person that she interacted with. It's just that she wasn't in constant communication with other people through a headset, you know, speaking as she was going through things, you know. Little Pumpkin, no, some didn't like it. You think it gives Lara more personality and she's great here. It makes her seem more alive. Yeah, I mean, not saying that everyone hates that fact, but I think for some it ruined the atmosphere of the old school style where Lara would go somewhere and all you would hear is the sound effects of her footsteps and, you know, the ambient sounds of things, and then you'd get like a music stinger happen as like a surprise thing and all that kind of stuff. And they felt that having Lara in constant communication with other characters took away from that feeling.
Where are they? It's not like they don't know you're there.
You'll see them when I do.
Looks like there's no way out.
There's always a way, Zip.
She's never cared for TV. She did them a favor. There could be more out there, Lara. Do be careful.
What a lovely evening to be outside.
Uh-oh. You know what that means. I'll get the diamond hydronate.
Luphunkern, restarting the phone did nothing, so excuse me if you don't reply to something or anything else. You lose a lot of stream with resetting Wi-Fi. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's so annoying when that kind of stuff happens. I've had that happen too, and it's just so annoying.
Heights don't bother me, Alistair.
They make me positively nauseous.
Like I told her in Bolivia.
I'll try my best to keep my chin up, but I do need to concentrate, if you don't mind.
Hurry up, Lara, it's not gonna hold.
Hurry, Lara. They'll snap at any second.
Yes. You smell a trap?
I do. Be careful. What's that?
It's more modern art than archaeology, in this context at least. As lovely as that is, don't you think it's a little big to bring home by yourself?
Just let the lady work, buddy.
Now that's art with form and function.
Made it. How bad you hit?
I've been better. Let's not do that again.
You should not have come here. This is my province, not one of your rotten little tombs.
Tell me about the sword, Takamoto.
What about it? What is it that fascinates you, Ms. Croft?
Let me have a look at it and I'll tell you.
Your persistence will be the death of you.
Okay, Takamoto's split. What next?
Catching him.
The Pumpkin, you had terrible floods where you are though. Wasn't that bad in your town, but your region is pretty messed up. People without fresh water and stuff like that. This summer is shit, really bad thunderstorms a lot of the time. You had a lot of electricity issues too. Yeah, things that are very easy to take for granted, you know, just having like fresh water to use. That every day you just go, oh yeah, just do whatever you need to do with the water. But then it's not until situations like that happen where you go, oh shit. You know, we don't have those things now, or we don't have them for a while, and then, you know, who knows how long.
I admire your straightforward approach.
Disrespected me. You have broken into my house. You have killed my men.
I've simplified your payroll. And now, if you don't mind, I'll streamline your inventory.
You speak of this? It is the most prized of my collection.
And why is that?
I am fond of recovering objects from dead Englishmen. In this case, one of your crusaders. Some have even said the warmonger was one of your King Arthur's knights. I do not know how the fool came by it, for it is clearly far older than the 11th century, when your people lived in huts of mud.
And for this reason, you'd rather die than hand it over?
No. For this one! You will not be so lucky this time. Your movements betray your confusion. You are a fool to come here! You will not be so lucky this time. Take for your life! Do you understand, Ms. Croft? The artifact is mine. Have I satisfied your curiosity now? It's time to die! Now you will see your foolishness! You will not be so lucky this time. Your movements betray your confusion. Have I satisfied your curiosity now? Hitokiri, hell swallow you.
This is it, all right.
Did you see what it can do?
Yes, Alistair, I did.
Nishimura's got a chopper outside waiting for you.
Excellent. Tell him he's my new favorite person. Thank you, Nishimura-san. I'm very relieved to find you here.
I am relieving myself too. What about Takamoto? Where is he?
It depends on whether he was naughty or nice.
I've got a line on James Rutland, by the way. Want to go together?
Absolutely. Africa is among my favorite continents.
Harbinger, you remember this boss? Can be annoying sometimes, especially with his attacks. Little Pumpkin, did you see what it can do? No, not at all. I wasn't here. Not one bit. I was just asleep the whole time.
No sign of Rutland so far. Have we worked out what he's doing here?
No, but there's something else. When I was going over the map, Winston said your parents have been there. Your dad worked this site before you were born.
That's not so peculiar. It happens occasionally. If all else fails, I can get into the postcard business. Oh, now look at the little termites mucking it all up. That won't do at all.
Looks like they didn't get in from this side. Any ideas?
We'll see. I do my best thinking plunging off cliffs. The water's absolutely perfect. I've missed Ghana. Grand entrances are always impractical. It's what makes them grand.
Lara! You're a busy beaver, aren't you?
Oh, look! It's Rutland. Fancy dropping down for a chat, then?
Only if you can shoot this far.
You know long-distance relationships inevitably come to an end.
I'd wish you luck with that, but, you know.
Alistair should really have a look at this.
But he's still trying to figure out where these sword pieces originally came from. Just you and me for now. So what kind of ancient artifact you got there?
The modern kind. Rutland's men must have been using it to move about. I've seen this before. In my father's sketchbook. He has been here.
Hello, Afro. Odyssey report. It actually took you 70 hours to complete the main game story with 2 islands unexplored. Yeah, it's a big undertaking with that game to get all that stuff done. You started Legacy of the First Blade, did the first part of Macedonia, killed all the Order members. Well, that's great progress too as well. So, are you still in the first episode of that? You have a sniper, Lara. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's a classic thing in video games where a character has a weapon on their character model that would perfectly suit the situation, but because of story and cutscene, they're not allowed to actually use it. Or they don't use it.
Wasn't Rutland.
He's still about somewhere.
Not very effective for a trap.
Not these days. Something must be jamming the works.
Take the shot!
This water wheel appears to be jammed.
We might never know what it does. That pillar looks too heavy to move.
There's more than one way to get a wheel spinning.
Water wheel's got things running again. Congratulations, you got your wish. The place is a death trap.
It needed a woman's touch.
After I think you completed the first episode, you killed Huntsman, then you were supposed to go back to your ship, but you stopped for the day. How long is this DLC? Yeah, so you actually have 2 more episodes to get through before you finish that DLC overall. And the Fate of Atlantis DLC has 3 episodes as well. The pumpkin that needed a woman's touch. The things she says. Love the lines. So many great lines of dialogue in these games. Lara definitely has some awesome dialogue. Little Pumpkin, you like her humour. So do I as well. After not very long then, that's kind of disappointing. Personally, I wish they didn't do the 3-episode thing. It's just a way to get more money out of people by making them buy the individual episodes as they come out.
This channel runs directly down to the wheel.
Can't have a wheel without a couple 1,000 gallons of water.
No, it's simply not done.
Do you get a new area or something? Not in that DLC, Afra, no. All the areas that you go to in Legacy of the First Blade are all tied to the main game's map. It's only when you do the Fate of Atlantis DLC that you get different areas that you don't go to in the main game. Little Pumpkin, she does that to you too when she jumps in the wrong direction. Something that can be annoying in these Tomb Raider games is when the animation for Lara to grab something doesn't play, even though you're right next to what she should be grabbing to, and she simply won't grab. But sometimes that isn't the case. Sometimes she'll grab a ledge even if the animation for grabbing doesn't play. Afro, they came out as episodes. It's kind of scummy, not going to lie, paying per episode. That's true, Afro, yeah. Yeah, they came out as episodes. I mean, if you bought the season pass, then you were getting those episodes without paying for them individually, you know. But if you wanted to get the DLC separate, you had to pay for each one individually. Well, this is glitched in the PC version. Little Pumpkin, though that never happens in Tomb Raider Underworld. The cam in Tomb Raider Underworld is trash, but her grabbing and stuff never fails. Yeah. Be interesting to see how the camera is in the PC version of that, because I have so many troubles with that game on the Xbox version with the camera. When a game changes the camera angle on you mid-jump, that is just so annoying. After you counted yesterday, you've died a total of 4 times in Odyssey. Well, that's not too bad then. Only 4 times. Little Pumpkin, Legacy of the First Blade, is that in AC Odyssey? You don't remember it? Is that the one with Darius? It is, Little Pumpkin, yeah, that's the DLC content for Odyssey. Afra, also, you liked looking at Darius every time he went to do a mission with you. He was either on a perch or hiding in the grass. Seemed very assassin. That's true. I guess, though, like being able to climb something in a video game, all those people who were able to climb doesn't necessarily mean that they were a plumber. If the profession that they had was a plumber years later as part of the same group, you know what I mean? So there's definitely a lot of things that people were doing way before the assassins existed that they do themselves as well. Little Pumpkin, you totally forgot that's a DLC. Feels like it's a part of the main story. It's pretty satisfying watching you play. You know where to go and what to do. Has a nice flow. Yeah, the DLC for that, I don't mind Legacy of the First Blade, but there's definitely some things that they did with it that really are poorly done when they're trying to connect it to the wider series. And thanks, Little Pumpkin. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a perfect player of any game that I play, but games like this that are short too is really good because there's not really that much to have to deal with in the game as well. So that also helps.
Looks good. Think the wheel's turning yet?
Let's have a look.
Little Pumpkin, perfection is best left to speedrunners. You think you don't have the patience to master it that good? Yeah, I mean the things that they're able to accomplish is just insane sometimes. And when I think about the pressure that you would have to be under as well, not only to actually get things done in a certain amount of time, but also people who are expecting you to be perfect, who if you fuck up once, they just leave. You know what I mean? Like that kind of pressure would just be insane to have to deal with as well. Afra, by the end of the game, you were fed up of doing things stealthily. It was just taking so much time. You were just going in head first, killing everyone. You were also looking for that one mercenary, but with Darius, when said do it quietly, you sort of wanted to impress him. Watch this, old man. I'll show you real stealth. I'll show you how it's done. Yeah, it is interesting how they have him sort of like trying to get the Eagle Bearer to be more stealthy in their approach to things. Little Pumpkin, oh my god, but why leave if they screw up? Oh, any number of reasons. I guess some people expect perfection from speedrunners, and if they fuck up once, then that ruins their idea of the speedrunner supposed to be perfect. You know, things like that.
Much better.
You know, you scare me.
You may want to close your eyes then.
But to take a wider philosophical view of things, there is not one person in the history of existence who never failed in anything at all, ever. Even the people that became successful at something had to fail at either that thing early on or something else. I love this music. It's very reminiscent of the music from Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom on the bridge, when Mola Ram and his thuggy cult members and everything are on the bridge, and Indiana Jones and Short Round and Willie Scott are on there, and he tells them to hold on, and Willie's like, oh my god, is he nuts? And then Short Round's like, he's not nuts, he's crazy. And then he cuts the bridge, the rope, with the machete, and then it splits in half.
There's no avoiding these.
This isn't gonna fly, Lara. If one of those things even touches you...
I know. Which means I'll have to stop them somehow. They don't build them like that anymore. I must install some of these in the gym.
Remind me later to cancel my membership.
The Pumpkin, indeed, their skills are very impressive. You mean just the time they're willing to invest in that is impressive? Well, that's it, you know, and having to fail over and over and over and over and over again for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, and still have the energy to be like, let's try again, you know, and getting, like, imagine getting right to the end of the game and you die and you were just this close to beating your own personal record, and then having to start all over again, doing hours more, you know, like that kind of stuff is just, and to keep on going after that. I've tasted that a little bit with my no death challenges with the reboot trilogy of Tomb Raider games, having to start all the way back at the start again, even if you died right at the end. But in terms of like speed running, I have thought of, you know, dabbling in it, but the problem with that is once you start to dabble in speed running and people start to think of you as a speed runner, that's when they expect you to be speed running all the time. And I just can't do that, and I couldn't be able to do that. And I can't just play the one game over and over again for months at a time. I need to play multiple games. Afro, now you know the whole Natakas thing somewhat, but what happens if you play as Alexius? Well, there's a different character, so you have Natakas and Nima. If you play as Alexius, Natakas died when he was young, and Nima survived. Whereas if you play as Cassandra, Nima died when she was young, and Natakas survived. Little Pumpkin, look at Lara, all chilled and shit, stretching right before death traps. Exactly. It's just like, just another day at the office. Yeah, exactly, Little Pumpkin, like dying right at the end, and then being like, well, have to start again.
What is it? You hear something?
I feel something.
Oh, hell no!
That happens so fucking quickly.
What is it? You hear something?
I feel something.
Oh, hell no!
I've missed Garner.
Narrowly escaping death again, I see.
There you are, Alistair.
You found something about the sword fragment then?
A few things, actually. I extrapolated the markings on the artifact to get a sense of what the entire pattern would look like. And then I found what... Whoops, we have a prop.
Alistair? Zip? That's odd. Zip! Alistair, do you read me? I don't like this at all. Zip, are you there? Alistair? Are you chaps getting any of this? What the devil are they doing? This shouldn't be here. Oh. Dearest Amelia, yours always. Richard. It was Mother's. Zip, can you hear me? Where are you?
Look, Pumpkin, the only thing you wanted is to perfect the game in your own way, catching the flow and without thinking. It worked, but then you updated graphics card and it messed up everything. Tiny little differences, but it messed up your flow, and it was even more different with the new PC, which made you a bit sad, but okay. Yeah, that would have been frustrating as well at the same time, because you're so used to going through the game, knowing those little details, and then they get slightly changed along the way. Yeah, I was expecting it to be one of those situations, for some reason, I forgot that it doesn't do it, but I was expecting the camera to be in front of Lara and me have to run towards the camera. But I was probably mistaking that for another part in this game where that happens with the camera.
I hear somebody.
There she is!
Order
Rochi, you might also be remembering Tomb Raider Anniversary with the Atlas Globe chasing Lara down to the pit. Yeah, that's definitely a moment where that happens. Bill Pumpkin, at that point it's all about muscle memory, and tiny little differences interrupt that. You can only imagine how much muscle memory speedrunners must develop. Oh, absolutely, you know. They'll definitely be part of it as well. And also learning the tricks and stuff that you can do too. Hey there, Chris. Welcome on in. Thank you so very much for the raid as well. Thank you. How's things going? How was your stream? Bill Pumpkin, took you some time to get there. Yeah, I imagine it would as well. How's things going, Chris?
Lara, you came for the Galali key too, then? Perfect.
Pretend I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you know, it's what puts the sword back together. It's the size of a fist. And according to Amanda's research, it's here.
What do you know about Amanda? Where is she?
So, your father did some digging here, didn't he? You know, Amanda thought maybe he found the key.
I don't know what you're talking about. Tell me about that sword fragment you're so fond of waving about.
Huh. Well, I have been spending some time with it, and I've learned a couple of things. Let me show you.
Thank you, Rochi. I definitely will. I hope you have a great rest. Thanks for being here, and I hope you have a good one. And thanks for redeeming the Rest in Peace Lara, so let's just stand here and let Rutland kill Lara to redeem that.
Bet you wish you could do that, huh? Bet you wish you could do that, huh? Fine. We'll do it your way. Bet you wish you could do that, huh? Ready for this? Watch. Bet you wish you could do that, huh? Bet you wish you could do that, huh?
There we go. Thank you, Rochi, for redeeming that. It was good. Chris, you streamed for like 4 hours? Oh, nice. That's good. That's definitely a good amount of time.
Ready for this? Watch. Ready for this? Watch. Fun. We'll do it your way. Dim, Lara. Ready for this? Watch. Dim, Lara. Ready for this? Watch. Ready for this? Watch. Ready for this? Watch. Fine. We'll do it your way. Fine. We'll do it your way. Bet you wish you could do that, huh? You wouldn't. It's not gonna work, you know. Whoa, whoa! What are you doing? I thought archaeologists were a little more careful with this. Ready for this? Watch. Ready for this? Watch. Ready for this? Watch. Bet you wish you could do that, huh? Fine. We'll do it your way. Dim, Lara.
I'm really not your enemy, Rutland. These pieces weren't broken apart. They were designed to separate and reattach. The Galali key does that? I don't suppose you'd tell me where this came from. The Crusades? King Arthur?
History doesn't interest me.
Well, then why don't you stay here and consider the future? Make sure I'm not in it, however. You won't enjoy seeing me again.
Your father might not have found the Galali key, but Amanda doesn't know that. She's at your mansion right now. You better have good insurance.
God, finally! I've been trying to get through for ages. What happened?
This woman just tore her way through the front door. She had some sort of... I don't know what the hell it was. It was like black smoke.
I'll be there straight away.
No, we're fine. Look, you've got to follow her. She's going for another piece of the sword.
What? Where?
In Kazakhstan. I found a photo that matches the pieces you have.
All right. Do an inventory and try to locate something called the Galali key. Meanwhile, it looks as if I'm bound for colder climes.
Back warm.
I mean to be cold.
Rochi, bahaha, bet you wish you could do that. Yeah, it's so funny, the enemy dialogue and the boss fights just going over and over again. Little Pumpkin, oh my god, that's such a better strategy. To destroy all those stones first, you can't regenerate. You always did one by one. Yeah, it was weird though, because it was taking a while for Lara to lock onto those. I was pressing the right buttons and everything, but on the Xbox version, it's kind of like, you know, that doesn't actually happen. Hi Stone Man, welcome on in. Not sure what the numbers mean that you type in, but this is Tomb Raider Legend, as the stream title says. Great, the game crashed on me. Thank you, game. Little Pumpkin, yep, auto-targeting isn't the best. No. Oh, that's okay, Stone Man. Yeah, I thought you were trying to figure out what number Tomb Raider it was. But yeah, this is Tomb Raider Legend. Roach, you might have to turn off next generation graphics for it. Ah, okay. Isn't that supposed to be a cutscene that plays? Ah, yeah. Alright, so I'll have to do that then, it seems. Alright, so I've turned the next generation content off. So hopefully that's actually going to stop that from doing that.
Now, Lara.
Okay, game, where's all the music gone? PC Master Race, huh? Alright, so something's fucked up because there's no music. And it bypassed the cutscene. Just want to test something.
No sign of Rutland so far. If we worked out what he's doing...
Alright, so that level's fine.
No, but there's something else.
It's just this current level that I'm on. Like Blackout? Oh no, not a Blackout. Just a game crash. Little Pumpkin, you had a funny glitch in Tomb Raider Anniversary in the cutscene where she lands on the roof of Natla Industries. You skipped the cut too fast and you could actually play it. The roof then, lol, was a bad glitch because you couldn't proceed. Oh, that would have been weird. Roach, you're 99% sure that's the fix. Well, turning that off fixed it from crashing, but we still have this issue where there's no music for this level. Oh well, I'm not going to spend hours trying to fix this, so we'll just have no music then, game.
Now, Lara. Very nice, Lara, but you've just leapt from the frying pan into a nest of hornets.
Yeah, Little Pumpkin, that could do. It might correct it.
You are American?
British. And it looks like we share an enemy. Where's your command center?
Не отвечай ей! Что здесь нужно?
Погоди! Если она использует код без ключа, то сработает тревога, и центр пришлет нам подмогу!
Да ты шо?
Мы здесь охраняем только снег и звериную мочу, или ты хочешь сам идти?
Through the gate! The code is K1879.
Спасибо. How's your light in your dachi?
She's still here. Track her down. Move, move, move!
I don't know what
She's
the hell you
still
guys
here.
were talking about, but I think the gate they mentioned is up ahead.
Lovely. That keeps things simple, doesn't it?
Angle in!
I see her.
Lay down some fire!
Hey there, Crooked. Aloha, senor. Hello there, Senny. It's going not too badly, however, have come across a glitch. At the start of this level, the game crashed, and there's a option for next generation content, and turning that off fixed the game from crashing, but it created a new problem where this level has no music. So I don't know what's going on. But other than that, it's going well. How about yourself? Yeah, Little Pumpkin, that didn't fix it either. Hopefully it's just to do with this level. But if it affects all the other levels after this, I'm not going to cancel the stream or postpone it or spend hours trying to fix it. I'll just take it on the chin and get the playthrough done, and then worry about it later.
Satellite photos? We got our own. There's nothing there.
The lab wouldn't be visible from above. We need maps. There it is.
Oof, that's a hike.
I'm not walking. There's a military transport train that runs past the lab. It looks like Amanda's boys are ahead of me. I'd better run.
Whoops. Satellite feed showing your train's about to roll. You better run. Fast.
There we go. Now the music came back for the cutscene. Yeah, it's so annoying when that happens. You know, you spend so much time fixing one thing and you get it fixed, but then something else goes wrong and then you have to spend hours getting that fixed. And then it could create even more problems and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, if it's just the music that's missing, then that's fine. If it was the dialogue and all the other audio, it'd be a different story, but I can put up with not having music for the rest of the game if that's what ends up happening.
Make her turn. She's over there.
Crooked, you're good. You woke up not too long ago and still chilling on the bed with Dogosino, having joined us for some cuddles. Well, that's great, Crooked, that you're having a great morning so far. I'm sure that the doggo will appreciate being able to snuggle up.
Locked.
Close in.
Better get moving then, or you miss your train.
Hurry, Laura. Don't let that Amanda woman get there first.
Fire! Pineapple coming!
Forget the train. I have a better idea.
What's that? What's going on?
They're decoupling the cars.
That's right, Little Pumpkin, the music works now. You gotta go get your munchies, be back. That's okay, no worries at all. See you when you get back. If there was ever another Tomb Raider game that I would probably be willing in the future to do a no-death challenge with, it would probably be this one. Because it is a relatively short game, after all. It's not as long as 2013 Rise or Shadow that I've done that with before, so I think doing a no-death challenge with this game would be something I could persevere with and get through. But if it was something like the first few games in the series, probably not. Can't see myself wanting to start all the way from the start with those ones.
They let loose a few cars and they're blocking the...
What's that? What's going on?
They're decoupling the cars. Loose a few cars and they're blocking the tunnel. But I think I saw a path off to the right up ahead.
Hey there, Keone. Welcome on in. How's it going?
I do.
Of course you did.
So maybe I slightly put it on a slight little angle game.
Phew. I feel like I just lived through a train wreck. How about you? Undoubtedly.
Amanda's already inside, and the door's sealed.
So now what?
There's a vent on the wall to the right of the cargo door. The fan's running. She's got the power on.
How will you get in?
One way or another. It's getting colder.
Stay back!
Hey game, when I press the duck button, how about you actually fucking recognize it? Thank you.
It looks as if you've stumbled into another tomb after all. I wonder what he's doing in here.
He's been trying to get out since the 50s, but he's frozen to death, the poor fellow. It's hardly a proper end for a scientist. The experiment's gone wrong. The KGB sealed the facility. He tried to escape through the vents but got trapped.
My God.
It is much colder in here than it was outside.
That's live! I'm not sure turning on the power was a good idea.
Looks like a few things in there won't be getting the juice they need.
The heater must be one of them. Look at the lights. She's only found the emergency power.
She came in through the main doors. I don't think she's been here. Looks like there's a generator on the other side of the room. She would have started it.
That should do it.
There you go.
I wonder if that's toxic.
I'd guess it's cooling. But who knows what kind of lethal crap the Soviets were using.
I'd rather not find out firsthand.
It's hot! Get up above it! Get up above it!
God, it burns!
Watch yourself! Hey, that's her!
Amanda?
Damn it, Laura, I'm busy.
I see you've changed your look. That was you in Bolivia then, with Rutland.
I've been all over, and I'm going to places you can't conceive of. You're the one being left behind this time. Sorry.
I'm sorry, Amanda. If I'd known that you were alive, I swear I would have done everything I could to save you.
Please. I got over that a long time ago. You know what really used to bug me, though? When I got out and saw that you left without even trying to... What is it archaeologists do? Oh, right. dig.
We'd thought of it as a memorial.
Whatever. Don't let her follow me.
Check out the big gun thing. How spaced out is that? Maybe it'll help you.
Target in range!
Those electrical arcs.
I thought you said it wasn't running.
That's just ambient discharge. If the tower was on, you'd know it.
And if I were the energy source, where would I be?
Up top.
Another scientist. No warmth for him up here either. They funneled Tesla energy into the artifact, and there was an enormous discharge of some sort. The KGB shut down the operation, removed the core, sealed off the lab in sections, and left behind those scientists who weren't forcibly removed.
A peculiar turn of events.
Can the tower be powered up from here?
Not without the core. Looks like it's not here. I guess that's what those tracks in the floor are for.
What are those hanging cords and sockets?
Decoupled high current cables. You're lucky they're off, or you'd be standing in the middle of a painful light parade. Okay, there's a core up ahead.
What I saw.
Doesn't look like it has a charge, but you might be able to juice it from the control room above you.
There's heavy debris on the tracks. I don't see how I can move it.
It doesn't matter if the core doesn't have...
Hello, Lara.
What the... How the hell did you get on this channel?
Hush, Sip. She must have taken a headset while she was rearranging your office.
You're so smart, Lara. Do you know why the Soviets called their project Carbonek?
It's the castle where Lancelot sought the Holy Grail. Not the first connection to Arthurian myth I've come across.
Myth, she calls it. A limited word for a limited perspective. You are always such the scientist. You're probably right at home with all these Tesla contraptions, aren't you?
As much as anyone, I suppose.
The Russians activated a power in the artifact that literal minds can't handle, and it destroyed them. So don't push the wrong buttons.
You'd better not either.
But I know which ones are the right ones.
You've learned to read Russian since I last saw you, Amanda.
She hung up. What the hell was that about?
She's having difficulty obtaining the sword fragment, and she doesn't want to blow everything up in the process.
Maybe you should have told her what she wanted to know.
Another unlucky scientist. He writes that at least a dozen of his colleagues were killed in the experiment. The artifact converted the Tesla voltage into something else, a wave of concussive force of some kind.
That's familiar enough. So why were they shut down?
They refused to repeat the experiment, and when the KGB tried to persuade them otherwise, it got nasty. Is that supposed to stop at some point?
It's not charged all the way. I don't know what's wrong.
How am I supposed to move it if I can't touch it?
The cable on your grapple is insulated.
Right.
Okay, that's how it works. Open the door. Man, they should have worked on mass marketing this tech. Tesla was a genius.
I prefer doorknobs. What's happened here?
Weird. The core must have powered these cables somehow. And those rails in the wall are the most convenient conductors around.
Careful, Laura.
It's a shield. 10th or 11th century. Probably recovered with the piece we're looking for. It resembles Lancelot's crest, doesn't it?
Hey, what if the ballad existed?
Oh, what's this now? It looks like a map. Have a good look and see what you can make of it.
What do you think it's for?
Maybe our knight needed help finding his way home. Or perhaps this piece wasn't all he had.
You think he stashed more of the sword somewhere?
Possibly. But the map is useless without a reference point.
I'll work on it. Going offline.
Splendid. Frozen to death, like the others. A number of minor relics were recovered along with the artifact. But the poor fellow couldn't find anyone to help him study them.
I empathize. Why the lack of interest?
They were too contemporary for serious study. It seems they date from as recently as the first millennium.
I'm sorry, but am I missing something? How old exactly is this artifact we're looking for?
Older than you'd think.
I don't think I've ever been happier! Show me what it can do! Shoot him!
Amanda, I'm sorry for what happened, but we can still work together.
There is no we, Lara. There never was. It was just me down there. Me and this. Do you remember it? I touched it, and it touched me back.
I don't think that was a good thing.
I tamed it then, and made it my own. A little friendlier than it was in Paraíso, isn't it? I taught it how to fetch.
You're mad! It killed our friends, Amanda, and it almost killed us!
And it saved my life once I mastered it. It's all about a broader perception. I'd stay away from it if I were you. And you'd still be able to touch you. Stay out of its way, Lara. I don't control it. I only unleash it. It will kill anything in its way.
Zip, what do I need to do to get it out of there?
I haven't got a clue. I know a little about Tesla technology, but this place is loose. This must be the experiment that blasted those scientists 50 years ago. You've got to pull out the artifact from the focal point before it happens again.
What are you doing? I'd like to think some skill was involved. Did Alistair have any luck with maps?
Mac, you're not going to believe where this leads.
Oh, you're going to find me extremely incredulous today.
Cornwall.
As in, take the M5 to the A30 call.
As the crow drives.
Well then, let's see who can get there first.
Be right back.
There seems to be a fine line between coincidence and irony.
You sure about that map?
Unfortunately, there was some nonsense about the discovery of the real King Arthur's tomb here years ago, soon discredited. And yet another roadside attraction was born.
Well, let's see what we can see, shall we? At least it should be educational. Either housekeeping should be fired, or no one's been inside for months. Now this is familiar enough. No King of England jokes, Alistair. I probably have to turn on the power first. This place has seen better days.
It's been condemned since the death of the owner, one Professor Worth. I shudder to think that at one time he had students.
And we have power.
Hey, now that the power's on, maybe you can go back and pull out Excalibur.
It's not Excalibur! The sword and the stone in Excalibur were two different bloody swords! Arthur got Excalibur after the sword and the stone broke in his battle with Pellinor! Oh, good grief, nobody gets it straight!
That's because nobody cares.
Boys.
Sorry.
Listen, strange women lying in ponds distributing swords. There's no system. No, but I fucked that up. Hey, Mr. Goethe, the house staff should be definitely fired. They definitely should be, that's for sure. It's very dilapidated.
Come ye hither and hearken to me tale of King Arthur. How he was... Enter, once and future king. Merlin deems you worthy.
The real Merlin would roll around in the mud and bark at you, and I'm being generous by calling it mud.
There's no difference between stupid and charming with you, is there?
Before he did die, Arthur badest his knight Bedivere to returneth Excalibur to yon lady of ye lake. And lo, this Arthur's body then slumber, and yea, it was borne away to Avalon, where it is said...
Well, if he went to Avalon, then whose tomb's supposed to be here?
Maybe the grunting Saxon or the Roman fascist that Alistair believes the whole legend was built around. This is where the truth behind the myth is supposed to be explained, and it's being turned into a warehouse.
Fitting. There's been so little truth everywhere else, why start here? The only factual basis behind the King Arthur myths died centuries before this place was built.
Give Professor Worth some credit. If he had to close an exhibit for renovations, at least he picked the most boring one.
After buying my limousine, I couldn't afford a driver or that money and nothing to chauffeur. Good one, dude.
This definitely isn't Arthur's tomb.
We knew that already.
What's wrong with it?
I've seen enough tombs in my life to know when to find the senator. A diversion. Now this is better.
Nice. Be careful. You don't want to demolish anything important.
Really, Alistair? I have a velveteen. But I'm glad to see you now think there may be something important here. There has to be a way to raise this door.
Mr. Goethe said that you couldn't stretch your budget. That is so true.
I decided to take the slow way down instead.
Should have told that to the forklift.
Be careful, Lara.
Please, Alistair. This will take some concentration.
Yeah, pipe down, Alistair. Or I won't let you sit up front with me anymore.
Perfect example of the game not having Lara grab that, even though she was right next to it, simply because the animation for grabbing wasn't playing.
I'm glad you made it down safely.
So am I.
That doesn't mean you don't have to be quiet anymore. Looks like there's oil seeping into the water table. Who knows how long it's been burning?
I wonder if the architect's design deliberately took this into account.
There's your answer, Alistair.
Wow. You know you're gonna ruin your boots.
Not on the path I'll need to take.
Looks like there's oil seeping into the water table. Who knows how long it's been burning?
I wonder if the architect's design deliberately took this into account.
There's your answer, Alistair.
Wow. You know you're gonna ruin your boots.
Not on the path I'll need to take.
Looks like there's oil seeping into the water table. Who knows how long it's been burning?
I wonder if the architect's design deliberately took this into account.
Looks like there's oil seeping into the water table. Who knows how long it's been burning?
I wonder if the architect's design deliberately took this into account.
There's your answer, Alistair.
Wow. You know you're gonna ruin your boots.
Not on the path I'll need to take. Maybe there's a way up and over.
This looks like my garbage disposal.
I hope you're not leaping through there, Lara. There must be a way to stop them up.
I certainly hope so.
jumping that.
Yeah, I'll have to make a path. But it might have been worth trying just to hear you lads squeal about it.
Hey, Alistair, why don't you head on down there and stand on that platform? Why don't you go down and hold that door open? You see that crate up on the shelf over there? You could use that on the pressure plate. It's not a crate, it's a coffin. Someone's revered ancestor is in there. And here's your final resting place, sir.
If we're through having fun, it's time to get back to business.
I'll take this time to adjust some travel arrangements I made. It shouldn't take too long. Coward. Don't worry, Laura. I've still got an eye on you. Probably won't be able to hear each other too well when you're underwater, though.
There is a god.
Hey, I heard that.
Will you look at that? Oh, this is brilliant.
That is interesting.
Except it's real. They're all here. The court of Camelot.
You're sure about this? King Arthur, who wast verily of ye loins of Uther Pendragon?
I've no doubt about the authenticity of this tomb, Alistair. Arthur was the 11th century figure that became legend. The once and future king was as real then as the air I'm breathing now.
I don't know, Laura.
Excalibur, the sword in stone. That's how it always goes, isn't it?
Pardon?
Swords in stones, Alistair. They're part of the monomyth. There wasn't just one Excalibur or one Merlin. We keep seeing swords and daises all over the world because they were everywhere.
So, you're saying that everywhere they went, they raised up kings, shaping the course of human destiny?
Well, it's a possibility.
Who? And what happened to them and their swords?
Perhaps they're in Avalon. It's as good a place as any. Except our Merlin was killed and our Excalibur was left in pieces in the hands of the locals.
So where's Avalon?
I don't know. On the other side of the looking glass, perhaps? It says Bedivere returned a fragment of Excalibur to Arthur after the other pieces were carried off by the knights.
Where'd they go?
To find Avalon, perhaps. The quest for the Holy Grail. Lancelot, Galahad, Percival, and Bors. Their tombs are empty.
It says this fragment was left with Arthur to help him leave this mausoleum when the time came. Perhaps it will help me instead.
King of the Who?
I wouldn't take Excalibur if I didn't need it so. I hope you can forgive me.
Mara, there's something going on up here. Alistair, you see that?
See what? Oh, hell! Get your hands!
Zip! Alistair! Zip, what's happening?
Just need to check something for a moment. Did they fucking switch the controls on me when I friggin' closed the game down? They did, yeah. No wonder fucking why. Combat mode gamepad. That's better. Now I don't have to actually press the button to unequip Lara's weapons so I can use the grapple. Crooked still better facial expressions than Odyssey. Mannequins sometimes have better facial expressions. Oh, come on.
Found her! Take cover!
Yeah, Mr. Gote, the same can happen with Alexius' face in that game too.
Found her! Take cover!
She's still here.
She's here somewhere.
Right, fell right through between them.
I see her!
What's going on?
Hello, lads.
Hey, Lara. What's up?
They didn't make off with your credit cards, did they? Is everything all right? Alistair?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Just not my usual evening routine.
Then let's go home.
Brilliant. This is brilliant. King Arthur was real. The Knights of the Round Table were real. And now we have Excalibur right here in front of us. Those stodgy bastards at Oxford will have kittens when they hear of this.
It's even bigger than that, Alistair. What Arthur called Excalibur is a powerful artifact that predates him by millennia.
Well, it's still in pieces. Who brought the superglue?
While I was in Ghana, I asked you to look around for the Galali key. No luck, I take it?
It was not among your father's collection.
Or his records.
It wasn't in Ghana either. Or Rutland was... Hello? What's this? I've seen you before, haven't I? Hang on. A striking resemblance, don't you think?
The pendant was a gift from your father. I never knew from where he had obtained it, until now.
Where is it now?
It's in the Himalayas. My mother had it with her. Zip, Alistair, I'm going to Nepal. Please make the usual arrangements.
We'll take care of it. Come on, man.
Not to presume, Lady Croft, but I'd hoped you wouldn't try to use the sword yourself after what happened to your mother.
She removed the sword. That's what killed her. I don't intend to do the same. If my father had known any of this, he tried so hard, and they hated him for it.
No one hated him, Lara.
It bloody well wasn't love, was it? His reputation was destroyed. Now there's more than one thing to be salvaged from that mountaintop.
The wreckage should be just on the other side.
I can't see anything. You sure you're in the right spot?
I never forget a face.
Rosie, Mum was a dum-dum. Well, not really. Given the situation, she had no idea what was going on, and she thought that by pulling out the sword, as one of the voices that she heard was telling her to do, would actually, solve the issue, but it was exactly what they wanted her to do to create the time loop in the first place, considering it was Lara Croft and Amanda who were the ones trying to tell Amelia's mother different things, sending the message back in time.
Once again, we find ourselves on a mountain without climbing gear.
And I doubt any of that snow and ice is stable. You should keep moving before it breaks on you.
I have done this before, you know.
Once again, we find ourselves on a mountain without climbing gear.
And I doubt any of that snow and ice is stable. You should keep moving before it breaks on you.
I have done this before, you know.
That's it, Rosie? Yep, that's what it is. Rosie, I got this. Falls and dies. The irony.
Stop somewhere else?
There it is.
Man, that's a wreck. How old were you? 8 or 9?
Something like that.
Look, now that's proper gear for getting to the top of a mountain.
That's one of Rutland's. I told him to mind his own business, and here he is following me to the ends of the earth.
Maybe he heard you wrong. You think he's in there?
I doubt it. Not when he could be at home with his feet up.
Look out! Okay, be careful. You know this thing could go... Oh, hold up! You walk in there without weighing down this end, you'll go right over the edge.
Good advice, Sid. You do look after me.
You and Winston. He signs the checks. Is that it?
Yes. It is.
Lara? You okay?
Of course.
Just checking. It's usually someone else's past you're digging into.
That's where you're wrong, Sid. This has always been what it's about. Now, there's one more place I'd like to visit. It shouldn't take too long.
My God, Lara! This is fantastic! Look at them all. This is a find in itself.
I do not like this place at all. Don't slip.
I've got it.
This must be where Santa's evil brother...
Bloody hell! It's too bleeding chancy, Lara.
I'll be fine.
My God, Lara! This is fantastic! Look at them all. This is a find in itself.
I do not like this place at all. Don't slip.
I've got it.
This must be where Santa's evil brother lives.
Bloody hell! It's too bleeding chancy, Lara.
I'll be fine.
Good grief. I can't look anymore. You always say that, but you keep on looking.
I boiled root beer in a square glass. Now I just have beer. That sucks.
Rutland's men. I've been wondering then.
Not gonna make it across. Not to rub it in, but I'm glad I'm at home.
Lovely, Zip. That's quite enough of that.
Sorry.
That's the way to do it.
Good thing these weren't here last time I came. That's strange. These doors weren't closed before. I suppose I'll have to work out how to get them open again. Every object here has a symbolic function. If only the outside world were the same. Oh, bother! Well, one thing at a time.
How'd you know that would be there?
Give me a moment, please. Excalibur reforged.
Well done, Lara.
It's broken, but perhaps.
Well, if that's all it does, this has been a big waste of time.
Now I suppose it's time to work out how to leave this monastery.
How about swinging Excalibur once? Just for fun.
It's a priceless artifact, not a toy.
I'm just saying.
know how young Arthur became king.
Run, Laura!
We're going back to Bolivia. Then we'll see.
Alright, final level up next.
I'm gonna need a clear head for this, lads. No distractions, please.
Good luck.
Anyone between me and that stone dies.
Stop. I don't want anything bad to happen, but it will if you come any closer.
Kill her.
I'm sorry, Amanda. Truly.
What are you doing? Stay away from there!
It's what I came for. You don't need that. We can both do this.
It only works once, and I'm going to be the one.
herself. And it was you! You killed her!
Killed her? She's not dead! She went where I was supposed to go, where you could have gone!
Makes sense right this second, or I swear I'll execute you where you stand!
I told you to pull out the sword. I told you!
Where is my mother?
Avalon! It's not a myth. Don't you get it? You'll never understand. I'm wasting my breath.
From this moment, your every breath is a gift from me.
Lara?
For years, my father believed Mother was alive. It was what kept him going. I pitied him for thinking that way. Alistair, go to the British Museum immediately. Ring me when you get there. Dress in layers. You'll be there a while.
Right. I'm off.
Zip, call Professor Eddington at the Cavendish Laboratory. Arrange a meeting.
Will do. What should I tell him?
Tell him my father was right about everything. And there may still be time to do something about it.
Welcome back, Little Pumpkin. Still a very powerful moment. So back when this came out, people had to wait 2 years to find out what happened next, because the following year after this game came out, they did the remake of the original Tomb Raider and a prequel to this game. But for the purposes of my annual playthrough series, we're just going to wait half an hour while I go on a break and then come back with the next game in the series, Tomb Raider Underworld. Yeah, I don't blame you, Little Pumpkin. You know, it's a trauma from when she was a child that she carried with her her whole life. And, you know, when she realizes that it's a time loop and that the voices that her mother heard when she was a child was actually her voice when she was an adult in the future from that point, and Amanda also trying to, you know, manipulate. And unfortunately, Lara's mother listened to the directive to pull out the sword, which is what caused everything to happen. And so it's understandable that Lara would be extremely pissed off at Amanda. And Amanda's very fucking lucky that she got to live after that. I don't know if I would have done the same thing as Lara did. Wouldn't have been just a pistol whip to the head. Little Pumpkin, we're killing me, make us even. Yeah, it's a good quote from the next game as well.
Lasciare ogni dolore
I didn't actually mean to do that. My controller was slipping off my knee, and so I had to grab it before it fell, but when I grabbed it, it actually pressed the button to skip the credits. Be right back. Little Pumpkin, Lara seems to be more at peace with Amanda and Tomb Raider Underworld. A little bit more, yeah, I would say. It's a good trilogy, your favourite. You really like how they kept old Tomb Raider style of exploration and added more personality to Lara. The puzzle for the Golden Secret is pretty cool in the manor. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Trying to reboot the series and trying to still retain the core elements that were there before, and then adding new ones on top that actually do a good job at being additionals. Alright, so that's the end of the playthrough. I'll be back in half an hour with Tomb Raider Underworld to start that playthrough. I won't be finishing it in one stream though, like this game. It's a little bit longer than Tomb Raider Legend. But that means that tomorrow's stream will be Tomb Raider Underworld to finish it off, and then starting the 2013 reboot game. But yeah, I'll be back in 30 minutes with Tomb Raider Underworld. Thanks, Little Pumpkin, I definitely will. Thanks everyone for watching. Be back in half an hour.